Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Central Voting Bureau, I welcome everyone to this important public meeting convened in accordance with Article 87, Paragraph 1 of the Electoral Ordinance. Today marks a significant moment in our democratic journey. Pursuant to Article 88, Paragraph 1 of the Electoral Ordinance, the Central Voting Bureau has the authority to order a new count of ballots from all or specific polling stations, a power that we can exercise either autonomously or following a substantiated request from eligible voters. Before we proceed, I want to commend the members who served at the polling stations. Their dedication and service to our country is commendable. They've played a crucial role in the democratic process, and their efforts are greatly appreciated and certainly deserve our recognition. However, our primary objective right now today is to listen. Before any decision is made, it is vital to consider objections and concerns from eligible voters. Your input is essential in preserving the integrity and fairness of our electoral process. We invite those of you with objections to present them, ensuring that each concern is duly considered. To maintain the integrity of the process, we require individuals filing objections to state their full name. This is necessary to verify with the Civil Registry that you are indeed an eligible voter, as only objections from eligible voters can be accepted and considered by the Central Voting Bureau. That being said, we've arranged for this podium that's set up right here, so at least the viewing public at home can hear your objections as opposed to just us in the room. So for those of you that would like to bring an objection forward, we'll ask that you come to the podium, that you put on the mic, and that you share your objection with us. MP Gums.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to everyone. I have quite a few observations that were filed by those who were observing on behalf of the Party for Progress. General observations: a distinct lack of police presence outside polling stations. The only officer was the one inside controlling the line. This was observed at polling stations number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, and 15. It is our belief that this lack of police presence is what undoubtedly led to the unfortunate incident involving UP supporters and other party candidates and supporters being threatened by these perpetrators. Another general observation was a suspicious behavior by party supporters near specific polling stations, most notably Butte Hotel. The vote count, observations and some concerns. At Sundial District 2, polling station 2, observers were only allowed in at 9:55 p.m., despite being told at 8 that they just needed to give the polling station workers a 15-minute break. There were no communication between them. At 9:55, the chairlady of the counters came outside, said due to a discrepancy with the amount of vote cards received, they had this long delay so that we now can come inside. At 10 p.m., the bin was emptied in front of the observers in the middle of the room. All ballots were then sorted out per party by the 5 individual counters. All invalid ballots put aside, valid ballots have not been checked again specifically, meaning once a counter had found a ballot valid, he or she put it on the pile of the specific party. At 10:45, the counting of total votes per party started. The counters just gave the total per party. They did not count with the observers. So every counter chose one party to count by themselves and then just communicated the total of that party. At 11:20, the observer in question asked if they can count in front of or with the observers ballot by ballot so that they knew for sure that the count was going well. They only did this with the ballots from the PFP. One counter sorted out all the ballots from this party and then counted them one by one in front of the observers, not showing the ballot for validity, but the ballot was held up in the air one by one. At 11:40, the counters continued in the following way. One counter sorting one party in all different candidates, then counting that pile and telling their colleague who wrote it down, and then told the final count of votes per candidate per party. At that time, again, it was asked to please count the ballots one by one in front of the observers so they can observe if the totals are indeed correct. One of the individuals at the polling station answered the observer, "We're not going to do that. If we do it like that, it's going to take the whole night. This is much quicker." They replied that we're not here to hear the total amount of votes, but to observe that there are no mistakes being made. That didn't seem to matter. The counters continued in their aforementioned way. At 12:30 a.m., one of the counters asked their colleagues if a specific ballot was valid, to which they were told, yes, that's valid. However, the ballot had a check mark that swooped into the name of the candidate above the one that was being voted for. And it was counted as valid, so taken from the invalid pile and put on valid. The complaint here from our observer is that due to the fact that polling station workers were telling observers each polling station does it differently, we're curious to know if that similar kind of vote was counted as invalid at other polling stations. At 12:40, there was a discrepancy found between the amount of votes at the start of the night and that time. So everything was recounted again without involving the observers present. At 1:50 a.m., it was discovered where the counting went wrong, and everything was supposed to be okay. At 1:51, the observers asked to continue with the ballot count, since we did not hear the individual counts of one particular party at this point as yet. And finally, they finished at 2 a.m. When the observer asked for the discrepancy form to fill in the things that did not go smoothly and needed improvement, one of the counters seemed to feel very attacked and said, "Dus je wil een klacht tegen ons indienen?" The observer replied, "No, I was told to ask for this form to fill it in so that the counting can go more efficient in a more structured manner." With that, we would be requesting a recount at polling station 2, the Sundale School. At the Senior Citizens Recreation Center, polling station 3, at 9:25 p.m., observers were still not yet allowed inside the polling station. It took a while for them to be allowed to enter the room. The bin, however, was open in their presence and they were shown that it was empty. They showed invalid votes, separated by party on the floor, then by candidate on the floor and tables. However, not all valid votes were shown to the observers. At polling station number 4, Sister Marie Laurent School, the observer at that location noted the following observations. There were not enough tables for ballots to be properly spread out, especially for the bigger parties. Only one person was counting the ballots and giving their final count. There was no second or third count as control. After the counts for the National Alliance were completed, it was noted that polling station workers were retreated to a corner and began conversing in Papiamento and stated that there was something wrong. The NA numbers were thus not given to the observers one time. After some back and forth discussion, numbers were finally given. There was no visibility of the ballots as they were being counted for the observers. There was no proper communication from polling station workers. Observers were not even aware that the count had begun until the count of the first party was returned to them. It is the assumption that the total votes cast were not adding up to the number of voting cards counted. This assumption was made seeing that they started a recount on the voting cards. And it was clear that polling station workers were not properly briefed on what a valid or non-valid vote was, as the observer had to show them an example. At the Dutch Quarter Community, so we'll be requesting a recount as well of polling station number 4. At polling station number 5, the Dutch Quarter Community Center, the observers at this location made the following observations. Ballots were counted by poll station workers in a corner of the room. Observers were not able to see the ballots during the count. Once a count was completed, a worker came and communicated the amount by reading off a paper. Most concerning, ballots were already on the table and spread out when observers entered the room, so there were no observers present for the opening of the ballot box. Counted ballots were then put back into the bin and taken out of sight of the observers. Polling station number 7, Rupert Maynard Community Center. The observers at this location made the following observations. Ballots were already on the table when observers entered the room, thus again, the ballot bin was opened without the observers being present. Several mistakes were made by the 2 youngest counters, and they had to recount multiple times. Observers had little to no visibility of the ballots throughout the process and the count. Little to no communication with observers on the process and status of counting. Several times, poll station workers were huddled away from observers, discussing amongst each other, but not communicating with observers. Initially, the total votes cast were not adding up to the sum of votes from all parties plus invalid and blank votes. Then suddenly, with no explanation, the numbers made sense. From the count of the observer, it was still off by 1. There was some pressure for poll station workers to share the vote count for each party, and then even more pressure for them to share the individual vote count. So for polling stations number 5 and 7, we'll be requesting a recount. Butte Hotel, polling station number 9. These observations run from during the day until the evening at the completion of the vote count. During the day, a relative of a candidate on the upslate was there the entire day with a couple other supporters, mostly staying at their vehicle in the corner at Butte Hotel and in the area where the Today newspaper was previously located. They moved between these areas throughout the day and rarely came to where other party supporters were gathered. They were congregating in the parking lot of Butte Hotel and at one point even set off fireworks. Police officers arrived in the afternoon, greeted them, but did not confront them about their behavior. Officers were inside the polling station but not outside managing the crowd. One officer came out several times throughout this day to tell the voters in line to have their ID and voting card in hand. In the evening, after 6 p.m., an officer stayed outside and assisted with the queue as there was an extremely long line and it became confusing as to where people should stand. One individual was directed to one part of the line. When he got to what he thought was the front, other voters told him he was in the wrong place. He and several other voters got frustrated and left without casting their vote due to this confusion. The checking of voting cards and IDs took a considerable amount of time, and for most of the day, only 2 booths were being utilized. This led to extremely long waiting times throughout the day, and many people again becoming frustrated and leaving the polling station. Loud music being played for the entire day directly at the entrance of the station by several other party supporters also made the environment unwelcoming for those coming to vote. The ballots that were left over were counted as the observers waited outside. Observers were not informed that there were unused ballots, and when they knocked several times and questioned it, they were then told what was happening. Observers were finally let in between 9:45 and 9:50. Polling station number 10, the NEPA. Prior to being let in for the counting of the ballots, the staff requested a break. The break, however, extended to 45 minutes before they could be let in. There was some discrepancy in the count for the National Alliance vote count, and in general in the votes. 943 voting cards were counted, but 944 votes were placed. Belvedere Community Center, polling station number 14. They were not shown invalid votes at this polling station, and they could not have seen if indeed the votes were correct. So they do not know if anything was invalid, nor for whom it was invalid for. The count occurred slightly out of sight, but again, they were not given the opportunity to inspect or even see invalid votes cast. Polling station 15, Melford Hazel Recreation Center. There was a discrepancy, again, on the total number of voting cards collected and the number of ballots in the bin after the bin was emptied. When the polling station workers were asked if an X is a valid vote, they were told that as long as it is within the circle and only one circle was filled out, it counts as a valid vote, despite there being some confusion as to whether this was a valid vote. The gate was closed promptly at 8 p.m. There was still a short line of voters present inside. When we asked why we were let in so late, around 9:50, they were told it was because the last voter left around 9 p.m. This was not true, as the last voter left around 8:30 p.m. A request of totals for all parties and individual counts had to be repeatedly made. Observers were not shown invalid or valid votes. When asked, they said they cannot show the voting ballots. When asked about the discrepancy form to file this complaint, they were told, we do not have copies of this form and actually do not know what observer's discrepancy form is. And that is it for the actual objections. So for the last 3 polling stations, we would also request a recount. Thank you.
Just one second, MP Gums. Could you just repeat to us the numbers for the polling stations that you would like a recount at? Just to make sure that we have the correct ones.
Of course. It would be polling station number 2, Sundale School. Polling station number 3, Senior Citizens Recreation Center. Polling station number 4, Sister Marie Laurence. Polling station number 5, Dutch Quarter Community Center. Polling station number 7, Rupert Maynard Community Center. Polling station number 9, Butte Hotel. Polling station number 10, the NEPA. polling station number 14, Belvedere Community Center, and polling station number 15, the Melford Hazel Recreation Center.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then I'll give the floor to the next person who would like to share their objections. I see Minister Otley.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I first would like to extend my gratitude to the committee and everyone that devoted their time in ensuring that St. Martin had a just and fair election. We are here today to voice our concerns. I will keep it short and simple. On behalf of the United People's Party, we have concerns with Melford Hazel, District 15, Belvedere, polling station number 14, Dutch Quarter Community Center, number 5, Middle Region, number 4, MPC, Milton Peters College, number 6, Butte Hotel, number 9, NEPA, number 10, and Sundial, number 2. I would like to extend a gratitude for everyone that came out and all the voters that participated. Now, while there were different discrepancies heard and complaints made throughout the United People's Party of lack of transparency, not being able to see invalid votes, and they were also told that certain votes that would be considered invalid were now considered valid as long as there's a clear indication of who the voter was voting for. While I agree with this method, it is important to assure that not some districts were taking this into consideration and some were not. We have seen in the last election where a particular candidate, after recount, received 22 extra votes. So, in a nutshell, while I request these polling stations, on behalf of myself and the United People's Party, we would like to see a recount on all polling stations. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Otley. Can I give the floor to anyone else? I see Mr. Lenny Priest.
Good morning to all, and again, I would, of course, want to congratulate everyone that went through this election. I think as the National Alliance, we have had a lot of complaints from many of our observers, so therefore, we believe and we support the fact that all the voting stations, every one of them, that we should have a recount. There's been cases where people have indicated that they have received voting cards for 3 different voting stations. We've had cases where, for example, some of our observers, when looking at, in the beginning, were not able to be present when they were opening the bin. So I think with that said, I believe that it would be in everybody's interest to have a total vote count of all the voting stations. And as well as the invalid, because I believe that we have seen in some of the voting stations where some invalid votes were counted that we consider invalid, and in other cases not. So therefore, we believe that those 2 should be reviewed so that everyone would have the opportunity to establish whether they're valid, yes or no. Thank you.
Thank you. And I look around, is there anyone else who would like to file any objections with the Central Voting Bureau at this time? Then I see the Prime Minister.
Good morning to all. I would also like to add my gratitude to the Central Voting Bureau and all the workers who did their work, but understanding that it is human beings doing the calculations and the additions and the manner in which that information is conveyed. Of course, already the National Alliance has spoken in terms of generally, but just in case, I know for sure the checkers at the Leonard Connor School noted that the totals for the National Alliance was 126 when they left, and they're seeing 121 in the online on government's website. Specifically, the candidate number 8 was noted as having 3 votes, while when the count took place, it was 8. So that is exactly the 5 votes that seem to be missing there. So specifically to that, similar stories of not being able to see the actual voting ballots, to be able to see specifically that they were for the parties that they were mentioned and or for the candidate that was mentioned, was also one of the concerns of observers. So in the interest of that, just as one of my colleagues mentioned before, if at some polling stations there's not clarity as to what is a valid or invalid vote, I also agree that there should be a total recount done to ensure that the will of the people is truly reflected for each individual as for each party, because it is our aim to have a fully open, fair, and transparent election. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think before the Prime Minister spoke, I saw Mr. Wigley about to stand up. It looked like he wanted to come forward. Yes.
Good morning. I agree with all the people that objected. My campaign team, one of them was registered at the prison, and they casted a few votes, and according to the count, I didn't receive no votes up there. So I think that's polling station 19. I do agree with that objection. I also agree with the complications it was for voters to reach to the polling station. I visited all of them with the loud music, everybody blocking the way. It was real discouraging for even intimidating for certain people to cast their vote that day because of the crowd, the loud music. It looked more like a party than an election. So, you know, I agree with MP Gums on that fact, and that was at basically all the major polling stations, from MPC, from Rupert Maynard, from Belvedere to DQ, all to Sucker Garden. Like me myself had problems going in to a polling station, the one in Sucker Garden, because it was so condensed, you know. So I agree with the objections, and I think that we should have a total recount. And I also think that in the future we should practice, you know, better behavior where that's concerned. Because for me, it's not really about the parties being there. It's about the voters coming in and feeling comfortable when they're about to cast their vote, not feeling pressured or bribed into who they should vote for, because that's what went on. Even me, myself, you know, there was some campaigners in front of certain voting station, not knowing that me, myself, as a candidate, actually bribed me and the people I was with. So this shows the amount of pressure the voters was under, you know, given the circumstances, the loud music, the constant you know, pressuring while you're going in. It's like you got to go through like 20 different party members on each party before you get to the polling station. I don't think that's right. And there was no security to control that. So I think that needs to be looked into for future purposes. And, you know, that's it. But definitely we need a recount based on those things. Okay? Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to share any concerns? Nope. All right. Then that being said, I would like to thank all of you for sharing your concerns and your objections. I want to assure you that the Central Voting Bureau takes your concerns very, very seriously, and we recognize our responsibility to address any issue that might compromise the credibility and integrity of our electoral process. So with that said, we will adjourn this meeting for 10 minutes. I don't think we need much more than that. So we will adjourn to deliberate over our own findings previously to this, as well as all objections, and we'll come back in 10 minutes to share our final decision on the requests and how we will proceed. Yes? Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We have deliberated, and I will now briefly address the various objections raised and then go over into our findings from a voting bureau perspective. Melissa Gums. When it comes to the various recounts requested, we found that there were sufficient grounds for those polling stations to warrant a complete recount of those polling stations. I'll briefly also touch on the points brought forward by Severia Jacobs when it came to the Lina Connor School. That was also a polling station that we believe would warrant a complete recount. With respect to some of the other concerns raised, given that they were not properly substantiated based solely on the objections presented, we did not find sufficient reason for a recount. And then before I go on to our decision, I did want to stress on the fact of MP Gums raised some issues regarding vote buying. I'd like to say that as a Central Voting Bureau, we take any instances whatsoever of election fraud very seriously, and we urge MP Gums and her supporters to file the relevant claims with the competent authorities, given the fact that as a Central Voting Bureau, we have no authority to investigate these types of matters. So we urge anyone with these types of claims to file those with KPSM and the Public Prosecutor's Office. In addition to addressing the objections presented today, our team also diligently conducted an in-depth internal review of all the minutes, or PVs as they're called, and the tally lists submitted by each polling station on election night. This comprehensive analysis revealed a range of inconsistencies and discrepancies between the various PVs and tally lists that were submitted. We commend the efforts and dedication of the polling station members who have shown commendable service to the country. However, the discrepancies that we have observed in the PVs cannot be overlooked. It is the Central Voting Bureau's responsibility, and one that we take with utmost seriousness, to retally the ballots and ensure the veracity of the election results. Therefore, considering both our internal findings and the objections raised, the Central Voting Bureau has resolved to undertake a complete recount across all districts. This significant decision aligns with our commitment to maintaining electoral integrity. Drawing from our previous experience, such as similar action taken by the Voting Bureau in 2018, where a complete recount was also done, this step is pivotal in guaranteeing the accuracy of our election results and fortifying the foundations of our democratic process. This recount is not merely a procedural formality, it is an important step in affirming our commitment to the democratic values that have long been a cornerstone of St. Martin's history. Transparent electoral processes are essential to our democratic institutions, enhancing public confidence in governance. I want to assure everyone here and the electorate of St. Martin that this recount will be conducted with the highest standards of fairness and meticulousness. This step, taken in response to the discrepancies and concerns noted, is part of our ongoing commitment to continue to improve our electoral system. It will be carried out with full openness and transparency, including live streaming and public viewing. To touch a little bit on some of the various discrepancies that we saw before I go into closing, and then of course when we go over to opening some of the ballot boxes, in the PVs alone, we noted out of maybe 15 or 16 districts where we could not reconcile the numbers in the PVs and the tally lists. Given that it's such a large amount, we think that it's warranted to do a full recount across all 20 districts and not just say, okay, just because the prison is a small district and we didn't see any discrepancies. We want to be completely transparent and ensure that everything was done accordingly and verify that election results and ensure that we have confidence in the results of this election. So in closing, I call upon all citizens of St. Martin to view this recount as a collective responsibility and an opportunity to strengthen our democracy. Let us unite in our commitment to a fair and transparent electoral process, reinforcing trust and confidence in our electoral system. Your active participation and vigilance in this vital aspect of our democracy are greatly valued and appreciated. Together, we ensure that the democratic will of the people of St. Martin is accurately and fairly represented. Also, to be clear, that also means that we would also recount all the invalid votes. So we'll be doing a complete recount of all the valid votes and the invalid votes per district. We'll do these just in order. I think we'll start with district number 1. So I'm going to look at Mr. Baker. The law requires that we go right into this. So we will start our recount right now. start with the invalid, we're starting with district number 1, the John Larmony Center. We'll start by reevaluating the invalid votes. I think we didn't get up the... All right. Open them up. Can you help me open them? Open the ballots. All right, so the first ballot here is indeed invalid. The person circled and then also put a check mark next to the candidate's name as well. You see? Invalid, agreed? Yeah. Okay. Looking at the next one, this is indeed an invalid vote. The person put a check mark, but the check mark goes far into the names of other candidates as well. Valid. Agreed? Okay. Then looking at the next invalid vote, this person did not circle anything and instead put an X on the 6 for the number 6 list. There. Yeah. Then looking at the next invalid vote, this is indeed invalid. The person did not circle anything and put an X next to the 1 for the first list. Again, the next vote is similar to the ones before, also invalid, where the person colored in X next to the number 8 for the number 8 list. Then, looking at the next one, this is indeed also an invalid vote, as the check mark is not only in the circle for candidate number 4, but also reaches the 3 for the candidate above. Looking at the next one, this person circled half of the 6 and then also put a mark next to the candidate's name. So this is indeed an invalid vote. All right. This vote that was initially marked invalid, we have deliberated on it and find it to be a valid vote. So this would be an invalid vote that has now become a valid vote for candidate number 1 on the Democratic Party list, Sarah Westcott Williams. Then we indeed have another invalid vote here. In this list, the person colored the name of the candidate instead of the circle in front. Then the following is indeed an invalid vote. The check mark goes into the box of the candidate above. The following is also an invalid vote. This person colored the circle, but also marked further on the page through the picture of the candidate, of the party leader. Blank. The ballot in front of us is a blank ballot. So indeed invalid. Again, another blank ballot. Well, this person circled almost every list and also gave a little squiggle in list number 7. So this is indeed an invalid vote. This paper has drawings on it, and nothing was circled. So indeed an invalid vote. Yeah. Then this person put lines through every list and wrote the word crooks at the top of the ballot. So it is indeed invalid. The ballot in front of us is invalid as the person voted for more than one person on the ballot paper. This vote is invalid, seeing as the person checked the name of a candidate, but also drew somewhere else with a red pencil. This vote is also invalid, given that they circled more than one candidate. Yeah. Again, an invalid vote as they voted for more than one person. Yeah. More than one. Yes. Okay. Then the last invalid in my pile here, this person also voted for more than one candidate. We will count the votes in the order of the list. So we'll start with list number 1, which is the now. Okay. All right. We'll begin. Double check if they're invalid. Emmanuel. 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 Yeah. Bonkamper. 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 That's it. Yeah. Carty. 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 Number 4. Mingret. 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 Ballot. 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 Hall. Hall. Lopez. Lewis. 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 Schoop. 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 And I'm going to. Then Henrietta. Henrietta. Gums. 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 Burnett. 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 We'll now move on to list number 2, the ECE. Ready? Wiggly. 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 Then we'll move on to the up. We'll now go to the up. Bryson, 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 Bryson. We found a vote here that was previously valid for Rolando Bryson. We have now decided that this is an invalid vote. Yeah, she's adding it now. Bryson, Bryson, Bryson. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Bryson, Bryson. Otley, 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 Otley. Leonard, 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 Mingo, 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 Bijlani, 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 Arundel, 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 Brownbill, 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 Brownbill. Heerenveen, Heerenveen, Peterson, Supriana, Chatelier, 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 Patrick, Then we have a vote here that was previously held to be valid. However, we have decided that this is an invalid vote, as the person marked somewhere else on the ballot as well. We have another vote here that was previously held to be valid. However, the person circled and colored slightly into the box of the candidate above. So we are also now making this an invalid vote. Blair, Blair, Winkler, La Cruz, 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 La Cruz. Moving on to the PFP. All right, moving on. Then gums, 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 gums. Peterson. Peterson, 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 Peterson. Gums, gums. De Weaver, De Weaver, De Weaver, De Weaver, De Weaver, De Weaver, De Weaver. Here we also have a vote that was previously held to be valid, but we are now deeming it to be invalid as the circle above was also slightly colored in. De Weaver, 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 De Weaver. Gums, 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 gums. Nichols, Cooks, 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 Blaze, Blaze, Hodge, Solomon, 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 Solomon. Moving on to the US Party. All right. Gordon Carty, Gordon Carty. Nicholas, Nicholas. Boston, 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 Boston. Flanders. Jeffers, Jeffers. Wilson, 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 Wilson. For the record, that was candidate number 6, Wilson Martin, since they have multiple. Then candidate number 7, Williams. Charlie. Candidate number 10, Thomas Charles. Yeah? Thomas Charles, 1. Charles Thomas. Charles Thomas. Charles Thomas. Charles Thomas. Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson. We'll now count the votes for URSM. Marcelina, 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 Jansen Webster, Jansen Webster, Jansen Webster, Martina, Roseburg, 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 We have a vote here that was previously found to be valid. However, we have now deemed this vote to be invalid as the check mark touches the number of the candidate above. All right. Roseburg. Arundel. Arundel. Brug. 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 Mauricia. 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 Rolox. Somersall. 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 Today. Brooks. 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 Isenia. Amer. Amer. Peterson. We'll now recount the National Alliance. Here we go. Jacobs. 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 Doran, 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 Doran. You count 25 also. You count 25. Okay. Arian, 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 Arian. Marlin, 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 Marlin. Then Samuel, 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 Pompier, 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 Pompier. Anna Richardson, 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 Ramu, 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 La Vega, La Vega. No, I'm still looking. No. Here in front of us, we have a vote that was previously deemed to be valid, which we have now deemed to be invalid, as the person slightly colored into the circle below candidate number 9 as well. All right, La Vega, 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 York, 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 Hyacinth Richardson, 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 Pantoflet, Here again for candidate number 13 on the National Alliance list. This vote was previously found to be valid. However, the person has colored into the circle beneath for candidate number 14 as well. Pantoflet. Yep. Yep. Beaupertuis. 1. Constitución. Constitución. Hurtol. Hurtol. Ray. And Faustin. We'll now move on to the votes for the Democratic Party. So we're going to have to sort the ballots for the DP because they're not in the right order. So that you know that that's what we're doing currently. I'll give you number one. All right. Then we'll move on to the Democratic Party. Westcott Williams, 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 Westcott Williams. Heiliger Martin, 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 Heiliger Martin. Ready? Bell. Ravan, 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 Ravan. Kotai, 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 Kotai. Ready? Ortega, Ortega, Dorlis, one. Alexander, one. Esset, one. Rochester, one. Chandler, 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 Arnell, Arndell, Arndell, number 19, 3. Arndell, number 19, 3. 3. 3. 3. Is that, yeah. Number 19. Flanders, Flanders, Flanders. All right, we will now go over to announcing the votes that were just tallied in District Number 1. So these are the new totals as we have just gone through them based on the new tally, on the recount. For the now, we have a total amount of votes of 67 valid votes cast. They're broken down as follows. Candidate number 1, Christopher Emmanuel, 24 votes. Candidate number 2, Claudius Buncamper, 3 votes. Candidate number 3, Nyla Carty, 6 votes. Candidate number 4, Kevin Maingret, 14 votes. Candidate number 5, Kelron Bellot, 3 votes. Candidate number 6, Ryan James, 0 votes. Candidate number 7, Mark Mantle, 0 votes. Candidate number 8, Leary Hall, 1 vote. Candidate number 9, Drina Lopez, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, Lyndon Lewis, 3 votes. Candidate number 11, Edward Schoop, 3 votes. Candidate number 12, Marie Langlais, 0 votes. Candidate number 13, Marcos Henrietta, 2 votes. Candidate number 14, Louis Smith, 0 votes. Candidate number 15, Jude Piper, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Giovanni Gums, 4 votes. Candidate number 17, Kimberly Reyes Puelo, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Gerald Burnett, 3 votes. Candidate number 19, Claudette Charles Hassel, 0 votes. Candidate number 20, Tatiana Arundel, 0 votes. Candidate number 21, Jamiro DeWeaver, 0 votes.
We have ECE, Nigel Wigley, 11 votes. The UP, candidate number 1, Bryson, 10 votes. Candidate number 2, Otley, 34 votes. Candidate number 3, Leonard, 3 votes. Candidate number 4, Mingo, 8 votes. Candidate number 5, Bichlani, 13 votes. Candidate number 6, Arundel, 26 votes. Candidate number 7, Brownbill, 10 votes. Candidate number 8, Heerenveen, 2 votes. Candidate number 9, Peterson, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, Supriana, 1 vote. Candidate number 11, Chatelier, 4 votes. Candidate number 12, Patrick, 1 vote. Candidate number 13, Hilaire, 0 votes. Candidate number 14, Brown, 0 votes. Candidate number 15, Meda, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Blair, 2 votes. Candidate number 17, Ramirez, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Wilson, 0 votes. Candidate number 19, Patrick, this is FS Patrick, 0 votes. Candidate number 20, Chase, 0 votes. Candidate number 21, Winkler, 1 vote. Candidate number 23, La Cruz, 11 votes. The total is 127. PFP. Candidate number 11, Melissa Gums, 7 votes. Candidate number 2, Rayon Peterson, 4 votes. Candidate number 3, Ludmila De Weaver, 27 votes. Candidate number 4, Patrice Gums, 6 votes. Candidate number 5, Luciano Nichols, 1 vote. Candidate number 6, Marvio Cooks, 5 votes. Candidate number 7, Jean Blaise, 2 votes. Candidate number 8, Rosalinda Martina, 0 votes. Candidate number 9, Marlon Hodge, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, David Solomon, 4 votes. A total of 57 votes. The US Party. Candidate number 1, Pamela Gordon, 2 votes. Candidate number 2, Cecile Nicolas, 2 votes. Candidate number 3, Addison Boston, 6 votes. Candidate number 4, Elvis Flanders, 1 vote. Candidate number 5, Jean-Luc Jeffers, 2 votes. Candidate number 6, Martin Wilson, 8 votes. Candidate number 7, Oliver Williams, 1 vote. Candidate number 8, Teddy Charlie, 1 vote. Candidate number 9, Curtis Thomas, 0 votes. Candidate number 10, Charles Thomas, 5 votes. Candidate number 11, Gromikio Wilson, 7 votes. A total of 35 votes. Next we have the URSM. Candidate number 1, Luc Mercelina, 26 votes. Candidate number 2, Christopher Weaver, 0 votes. Candidate number 3, Veronica Janssen, 3 votes. Candidate number 4, Herbert Martina, 1 vote. Candidate number 5, Shamira Roseberg, 13 votes. Candidate number 6, Gracita Arundel, 2 votes. Candidate number 7, Richinel Brug, 4 votes. Candidate number 8, Rocherel Mauricia, 5 votes. Candidate number 9, Julian Rolox, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, Michael Somersall, 3 votes. Candidate number 11, Wendell Tode, 1 vote. Candidate number 12, Felicia Brooks, 4 votes. Candidate number 13, Sau Steeman, 0 votes. Candidate number 14, Paco Isenia, 1 vote. Candidate number 15, Glensley Amer, 2 votes. Candidate number 16, Delano Hutchinson, 0 votes. Candidate number 17, Jason Matthew, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Joseph Peterson, 1 vote. Candidate number 19, Early Jarlemagne, 0 votes. Total of 67 votes. NA. Candidate number 1, Silveria Jacobs, 15 votes. Candidate number 2, Egbert Doran, 25 votes. Candidate number 3, Artwell Irion, 13 votes. Candidate number 4, Cloyd Marlin, 26 votes. Candidate number 5, Rodolphe Samuel, 6 votes. Candidate number 6, Charlotte Pompier, 11 votes. Candidate number 7, Anna Richardson, 13 votes. Candidate number 8, Angelique Romou, 7 votes. Candidate number 9, Dimar Labega, 13 votes. Candidate number 10, Darrell York, 14 votes. Candidate number 11, Hyacinth Richardson, 9 votes. Candidate number 12, Shamir Connor, 0 votes. Candidate number 13, George Pantoflet, 2 votes. Candidate number 14, Dimitri Boubertui, 1 vote. Candidate number 15, Shamila Williams, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Meredith Constitucion, 2 votes. Candidate number 17, Louis Hurtaud, 2 votes. Candidate number 18, Shamira Hernandez, 0 votes. Candidate number 19, Leopold Merrick, 0 votes. Candidate number 20, Melissa Molanes, 0 votes. Candidate number 21, Terrence Ray, 1 vote. Candidate number 22, Narda De Wind, 0 votes. Candidate number 23, Ismael Faustin, 1 vote. A total of 161 votes. Democratic Party. Sarah Westcott, 19 votes. Grisha Heiliger, candidate number 2, 26 votes. Candidate number 3, Benjamin Bell, 1 vote. Candidate number 4, Khalil Rivan, 7 votes. Candidate number 5, Viren Kotai, 15 votes. Candidate number 6, Richard Panaflek, 0 votes. Candidate number 7, Cedric Ortega, 2 votes. Candidate number 8, Fabio Doralis, 1 vote. Candidate number 9, Lisa Alexander, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, Ruben Esset, 1 vote. Candidate number 11, Stephen Kleinhuis, 0 votes. Candidate number 12, David Richardson, 0 votes. Candidate number 13, Quincy Rochester, 1 vote. Candidate number 14, Adelina Chandler, 3 votes. Candidate number 15, Juliette Piper, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Densley Adamus, 0 votes. Candidate number 17, Dennis Williams, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Cervante Hernandez, 0 votes. Candidate number 19, Nereida Arndel, 3 votes. Candidate number 20, Pearl Arnell, 0 votes. Candidate number 21, Rosendo Agata, 0 votes. Candidate number 22, Patricia Flanders, 3 votes. Candidate number 23, Ashken Richardson, 0 votes. A total of 83 votes. The total amount of votes at district number 1 is 608. 608 is the total amount of votes casted at district number 1. Valid votes, yes. And then the total invalid, give us one moment.
Just to add as well, for district number 1, the total of invalid votes has now come up to 27. We will now proceed with district number 2. Mr. Baker just unlocked the box, as everyone could see, and he'll bring over the sealed envelopes for us to begin the recounting of district number 2, that is a sundial. For district number 2, we will start with reviewing all the invalid votes. Invalid votes. Okay. The first ballot in front of me is indeed invalid. It is a blank ballot. The second ballot in front of me is also correctly held to be invalid, as it is also blank. The third ballot, also invalid. There are no circles that were filled in red, and there's just a check mark above the picture of Silveria Jacobs. The following ballot is also invalid. No choice was made of a candidate, only a red circle around the number 6 for URSM. The following is also invalid. There's an X behind candidate number 11 of the US Party, and looks like initials on the rest of on another part of the ballot. The following is also invalid. This person both circled the candidates, the circle, as well as circled the number on the list. In this ballot is also invalid, as they colored the number of the candidate but not the circle in front of the candidate's number. The same for the following ballot. They colored the number of the candidate and not the circle. The following ballot is also correctly so invalid. There's only a check mark behind the candidate's name. Following is also invalid. Again, the number of the candidate was colored in red and not the circle. On the following, no choice of candidate was made. However, a red circle can be seen behind the name of the US Party. This person just wrote the words "no" on the top of the paper and did not make any selection of a candidate. Here, 2 choices were made for 2 separate candidates. In this ballot as well, about 4 candidates were chosen. On this list, about 10 candidates are circled and colored in red. I guess they liked all of them. They colored them very neatly. Yeah. Then on this ballot as well, multiple candidates have been colored in red. Here again. On this ballot also, a choice on almost every list was made. Then on the following ballots, also multiple candidates were selected. Here again, multiple candidates selected, plus the person wrote "I love you" on the ballot. Yeah. So those were all the invalid votes that were counted by the polling station members on election night. We found that all of those remain invalid. We'll now go over then to the recounting of the ballots for the individual parties. We'll begin with the no. All right. This is then district number 2. We're starting with the no. Emmanuel, 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 Emmanuel. We have here a vote for Christopher Emmanuel that was previously held to be a valid vote. We are now deeming this to be invalid, as the circle for candidate number 10, Lyndon Lewis, also has a red mark in it. Ready? Yes. Emmanuel, 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 Again, here we have a vote where the circle below is also marked, so we will deem this to be an invalid vote. Okay. Emmanuel, 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 Emmanuel. Yes. Bonkamper, 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 Bonkamper. Carty, Carty, Carty. Mingret, 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 Mingret. Mantle, Mantle, Mantle. That's it. Hall, 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 Hall. Yeah. Lopez. One. Yeah. Okay. Lopez. Lopez. That's it. Lewis. 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 Schoop. Langlais. Henrietta. Piper. Gums. 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 Burnett. Arundel. Arundel. We'll now move on to the ECE for District Number 2. Wiggly, 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 Wiggly. Moving on to the up. All right, we'll now move on to the up for polling station or district number 2. In the interest of full transparency, as we open these ballots, which everyone could see came out of the sealed envelope, we see pencil markings with totals on the stacks for the candidates. Given that they all correspond with the amount of ballots that were counted, we've concluded that the polling station members must have written on these ballots when they were counting the votes. As such, we will not count these as invalid votes because there are extra markings, because it's clear to us that this was not put on there by the voter. So we will, and again, I'm happy to show everybody here the ballot to see what it looks like along with the numbers. So for example, for Bryson, there's a number 9 written in pencil. You can show it. And if you count the ballots below Mr. Bryson, there are also 9 ballots that were circled for him. And then the same again if we go to Otley, below. That's not the first one. Again, on this one, you see 29 written and circled on the ballot, which I guess would correspond with the amount of votes there. Yeah. And this is repeated for every stack here. So it's clear to us that the voters clearly did not write this onto these ballots. So looking at them now, we will not say that they are invalid because there are extra markings on the ballot. So that just in the interest of full transparency. Okay. Ready? 2. All right. So we'll also verify the count that it's correct, but it seems as if they did that to keep track of the ballots for themselves. Ready? Bryson, 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 Bryson. We just counted a total of 9, which is also the pencil markings that were on the first ballot. So here, as Mr. Baker just showed you, this one has 29, and we're guessing that we're going to count 29 votes for Otley as well. All right. Otley, 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 Otley. 29. Here we have a 2 circled on it. Leonard, Leonard. Here a 7, again in the interest of full transparency. Mingo, 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 here we have a 45 circled on the first one. Bijlani, 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 Bijlani. That's it. Yep. Now we have a 27 in pencil on the next candidate. Arundel, 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 I don't know if I did. Arundel, 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 Arundel. Okay. Here I have a 12 circled on in a pencil. Brownbill, 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 Brownbill. Yep. Heerenveen, Heerenveen, Peterson, Chatelier, 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 Patrick, Patrick, Hilaire, 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 Hilaire. Brown, one. Ramirez, one. Wilson, Chase, Chase, Winkler, and then one, yep. La Cruz, 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 La Cruz. On y va. All right. We're now on to the PFP. This is again for district number 2. Gums, 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 gums. Peterson, 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 Peterson. DeWeaver, 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 DeWeaver. Gums, 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 gums. I should say Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums, Patrice Gums. Nichols, 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 Nichols. Cooks, 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 Cooks. Blaze, Blaze. Solomon, 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 Solomon. Moving on to the US party for district number 2. Gordon Carty, 1. Nicholas, 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 Nicholas. Boston, 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 Boston. Martin Wilson, Martin Wilson, Martin Wilson. Charlie, Charlie. Curtis Thomas, Curtis Thomas. Charles Thomas. Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson, Gromiko Wilson. Okay, we finally got the URSM ballots sorted. They were a bit mixed up. So, here we go. Marcelina, 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 and then we have here a vote in front of us that was previously found to be valid. However, we have now deemed this vote to be invalid. In this case, the person has marked the circle, but then also put a cross through the party leader's face. Ready? Yes? All right. Marcelina, 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 Marcelina. All right, moving on. Waiver, 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 waiver. 8. 7, 8. Eight. Okay. Janssen, Janssen, Janssen. That's it. Martina. 1. Roosburg, 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 Roosburg. Arundel. Brug, 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 Brug. Mauricia, Mauricia. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Rolox, 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 Rolox. Today, Brooks, Brooks, Stamen, Stamen, Isenia, 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 Isenia. Aimer, 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 Aimer. Hutchinson. And then one Matthew. All right. Moving on to the National Alliance for District Number 2. Jacobs, 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 Jacobs. How much you got there? How much is there? Sorry. 9. This is 9 now? You have 9? This is 9? That's 9. Sorry, because I forgot. Jacobs, 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 Jacobs. Duran, 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 Duran. Ready? Irian, 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 Irian. That's it. Marlin, 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 Samuel, 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 that's it. Pompier, 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 Pompier. Richardson, Anna Richardson. So that's 1, 2, no, 2 now. 2. 2, I put 2 here already. Yeah. So you should have a total of 2. Yeah, okay. Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson, Anna Richardson. That's it. Ramu, 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 Ramu. That's it. La Bega, La Bega, La Bega, La Vega, La Vega, La Vega, La Vega, La Vega, La Vega, La Vega. York, 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 York. Oof, have an invalid vote. There was a vote here that was previously held to be valid. However, the person has circled a circle plus checked on the circle above. York, 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 York. That's it. Okay. Hyacinth Richardson, Hyacinth Richardson, Hyacinth Richardson. That's it. Shamir Connor, Connor. That's it. Pantoflet, 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 Pantoflet. Yeah. And then here again, we have an invalid vote. The check mark has gone into the box of the candidate above. Agreed? No. Beaupertuis, one. Yep. Williams Webster, Williams Webster, Williams Webster, Williams Webster, Williams Webster. That's it. Concencion, Concencion, Concencion. That's it. Molanes, Molanes, Molanes. That's it. And then DeWint. We've just opened the envelope with the ballots for the Democratic Party. So we'll now sort those and get to the recount for that for District 2. All right. Now to recount the votes for the Democratic Party for District Number 2, which is the Sundial School. Westcott Williams, 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 Westcott Williams. That's it. Heiliger Martin, 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 Heiliger Martin. That's it. Bell, Bell, Bell. That's it. Revan, 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 That's it. Kotai, 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 Kotai. That's it. Panafleck, 1. Ortega, Ortega, Ortega. That's it. Doralice, Doralice, 2. Asset, 1. Kleinhuis, 1. David Richardson, 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 David Richardson. That's it. Rochester, Rochester. That's it. Hernandez, Hernandez. 2. Candidate 19. Arndell. Arndell, 1. Flanders, 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 Flanders. That's it. Ashkin Richardson, Ashkin Richardson, Ashkin Richardson, Ashkin Richardson, Ashkin Richardson.
Okay, we're going to announce the total amount of votes per candidate and per party. We're starting with now. Candidate number 1, Christophe Emmanuel, 14 votes. Candidate number 2, Bonkamper, 6 votes. Candidate number 3, Carty, 3 votes. Candidate number 4, Mingret, 13 votes. Candidate number 5, Bellot, 0 votes. Candidate number 6, James, 0 votes. Candidate number 7, Mantle, 3 votes. Candidate number 8, Hall, 8 votes. Candidate number 9, Lopez, 3 votes. Candidate number 10, Lewis, 10 votes. Candidate number 11, Schoop, 1 vote. Candidate number 12, Langlais, 1 vote. Candidate number 13, Henrietta, 1 vote. Candidate number 14, Smith, 0 votes. Candidate number 15, Piper, 1 vote. Candidate number 16, Gomes, 5 votes. Candidate number 17, Reyes Puelo, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Burnett, 1 vote. Candidate number 19, Charles, 0 vote. Candidate number 20, Arundel, 2 votes. Candidate number 21, De Weaver, 0 votes. Total amount of votes, 72 votes. Valid votes. ECE, Wigley, 14 votes. Total 14 valid votes. The UP, candidate number 1, Bryson, 9 votes. Candidate number 2, Otley, 29 votes. Candidate number 3, Leonard, 2 votes. Candidate number 4, Mingo, 7 votes. Candidate number 5, Bichlani, 45 votes. Candidate number 6, Arundel, 27 votes. Candidate number 7, Brownbill, 12 votes. Candidate number 8, Heerenveen, 2 votes. Candidate number 9, Peterson, 1 vote. Candidate number 10, Supriana, 0 votes. Candidate number 11, Chatelier, 4 votes. Candidate number 12, Patrick, 2 votes. Candidate number 13, Hilaire, 4 votes. Candidate number 14, Brown, 1 vote. Candidate number 15, Maida, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Blair, 0 votes. Candidate number 17, Ramirez, 1 vote. Candidate number 18, Wilson, 1 vote. Candidate number 19, Patrick, and this is FS Patrick, 0 votes. Candidate number 20, Chase, 2 votes. Candidate number 21, Winkler, 1 vote. Candidate number 23, La Cruz, 10 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 160. 160. PFP. Candidate number 1, Melissa Gomes, 35 votes. Candidate number 2, Rayon Peterson, 14 votes. Candidate number 3, Ludmila De Weaver, 59 votes. Candidate number 4, Patrice Gomes, 11 votes. Candidate number 5, Luciano Nichols, 4 votes. Candidate number 6, Marvio Cooks, 4 votes. Candidate number 7, Blaze, 2 votes. Candidate number 8, Martina, 0 votes. That's Rosalinda Martina, 0 votes. Candidate number 9, Marlon Hodge, 0 votes. Candidate number 10, David Solomon, 10 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 139. 139. The US Party. Candidate number 1, Gordon, 1 vote. Candidate number 2, Nicholas, 4 votes. Candidate number 3, Boston, 5 votes. Candidate number 4, Flanders, 0 votes. Candidate number 5, Jeffers, 0 votes. Candidate number 6, Wilson, 3 votes. Candidate number 7, Williams, 0 votes. Candidate number 8, Charlie, 2 votes. Candidate number 9, Thomas. This is Curtis Thomas, 2 votes. Candidate number 10, Charles Thomas, 1 vote. Candidate number 11, Gromike Wilson, 7 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 25. 25. URSM. Candidate number 1, Marcelina, 45 votes. Candidate number 2, Weaver, 8 votes. Candidate number 3, Janssen, 3 votes. Candidate number 4, Martina, 1 vote. Candidate number 5, Roseburg, 12 votes. Candidate number 6, Arundel, 1 vote. Candidate number 7, Brug, 33 votes. Candidate number 8, Mauricia, 2 votes. Candidate number 9, Rolox, 8 votes. Candidate number 10, Summerall, 0 votes. Summersall, yeah, I have to correct it here, excuse me, Summersall. Candidate number 11, Tode, 2 votes. Candidate number 12, Brooks, 2 votes. Candidate number 13, Steeman, 2 votes. Candidate number 14, Isenia, 6 votes. Candidate number 15, Amer, 6 votes. Candidate number 16, Hutchinson, 1 vote. Candidate number 17, Matthew, 1 vote. Candidate number 18, Peterson, 0 votes. Candidate number 19, Charmaine, 0 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 133, 133. NA. Candidate number 1, Jacobs, 24 votes. Candidate number 2, Doran, 27 votes. Candidate number 3, Irion, 21 votes. Candidate number 4, Marlin, 17 votes. Candidate number 5, Samuel, 3 votes. Candidate number 6, Pompier, 13 votes. Candidate number 7, Richardson, 9 votes. Candidate number 8, Rumu, 6 votes. Candidate number 9, La Vega, 10 votes. Candidate number 10, York, 18 votes. Candidate number 11, Richardson, Hyacinth, 3 votes. Candidate number 12, Connor, 2 votes. Candidate number 3, Ponteflet, 4 votes. Candidate number 14, Beaupertuis, 1 vote. Candidate number 15, Williams, Webster, 5 votes. Candidate number 16, Constitucion, 3 votes. Candidate number 17, Hertold, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Hernandez, 0 votes. Candidate number 19, Merrick, 0 votes. Candidate number 20, Molanes, 3 votes. Candidate number 21, Ray, 0 votes. Candidate number 22, De Wind, 1 vote. Candidate number 23, Faustin, 0 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 170, 170. The last one, the Democratic Party. Candidate number 1, Westcott, 31 votes. Candidate number 2, Heiliger, 32 votes. Candidate number 3, Bell, 3 votes. Candidate number 4, Revon, 7 votes. Candidate number 5, Kotai, 37 votes. Candidate number 6, Panaflek, 1 vote. Candidate number 7, Ortega, 3 votes. Candidate number 8, Doralis, 2 votes. Candidate number 9, Alexander, 0 votes. Candidate number 10, Asset, 1 vote. Candidate number 11, Kleinhuis, 1 vote. Candidate number 12, David Richardson, 8 votes. Candidate number 13, Rochester, 2 votes. Candidate number 14, Chandler, 0 votes. Candidate number 15, Piper, 0 votes. Candidate number 16, Adamus, 0 votes. Candidate number 17, Williams, 0 votes. Candidate number 18, Hernandez, 2 votes. Candidate number 19, Arndell, 1 vote. Candidate number 20, Arnell, 0 votes. Candidate number 21, Agata, 0 votes. Candidate number 22, Flanders, 4 votes. Candidate number 23, Ashken Richardson, 5 votes. Total amount of valid votes is 140, 140. The total amount of invalid votes is 24, 24. No, sorry, yes, the total, excuse me, the total amount of valid votes tallied all 8 parties together is 853, 850. So once, 853. So once again, the total amount of valid votes casted at district number 2 is 853, 853. The total amount of invalid votes is 24, 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Offringa. With that, we will take a brief adjournment for an hour so that we can grab some food and continue counting all these the various districts. So we'll be back at 3:15.